Hello there! How you doing? This game has such a good soundtrack. Oh god, I forgot something. 1 second. And I'm back. I actually forgot the Joy-Con thingies that I need in order to have a comfy gaming experience. Okay, so the thing is, this game came out yesterday. On the day it was actually my birthday. But obviously I didn't stream it. But I have played it. So as you can see, I'm already in episode 2. And basically we got two options here. And that is either I just start a new game and just do the first case again, but I already know everything, so this would be kind of pointless, or I just continue right in the middle of episode 2. I don't care either way, but I would like to have some input on that anyways. Okay. Just making sure everything works. And yeah. By the way, we kinda got a time limit on this one. The time limit basically is... Oh, hello there, botchat. That basically is my voice. Because I've gotta do a lot of reading. And my voice is gonna die. Definitely gonna die. So I gotta yeah. So we're gonna stream until my voice is dead. I already prepared myself and have tea, and it's way too hot in this room, and I'm gonna die anyway from the heat and from my voice. But that doesn't matter. We don't care. So yeah. I still don't know what I want to do. If I want to do... Hello there, Acheron! And I'm gonna translate this and think this is gonna mean happy birthday. Or happy belated birthday. So, I don't know. Did you hear what I just said, or did you join later? Because basically I need an opinion. Should I just start from chapter 1 again? Which would mean I know everything that's happened because I already played that? Or should I just continue random in chapter 2? I don't care either way. I just think, like, this is also not gonna be a stream series, so I should point that out. I'm gonna continue to play this on my own time, and Acheron, this is not helpful at all. So I'm just gonna continue. We're just gonna continue. Like I said, this is not gonna be a stream series because I want to keep playing the game. And I technically need to finish SMT3 first. I'll play the game myself anyway. Yeah. I mean, I know you don't mind spoilers, so I'm glad that you're here. So yeah. And first and foremost, my voice is gonna die and I'm gonna suck at reading this. This is actually a very bad idea to stream this, but I'm Phoenix Edgeworth. I gotta stream an Ace Attorney game at some point. So, why not do the new one? 9th January, 7:48 AM. SS Beria, first class cabin passageway. Ew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. Also not gonna be here longer than 6 p.m. Oh, big sad. I should have streamed earlier. Fun fact, I wanted to stream like in the afternoon, but I thought you were not gonna be here because it's literally just a Wednesday. So, it's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent to the study taught by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. See, I already told you I was gonna suck at this. But I don't know. No, wow. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. So, yeah. We're not in court, we're doing some investigations and trying to prove we didn't kill our best friend. Which I'm very sad about that he died. Big sad. Okay. That's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. There's nothing to report. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not sailor. My mother gave me name. Can I ask you something? Have you seen some sailors? Well, technically. Technically I have. But why the question? I am senior crewman, Biff Stroganoff. You. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. It's a Shenmue reference. No, I never played Shenmue. So, I'm sorry. Mr. Stroganoff, about the first-class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Buria's steamship for very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but but stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? Haven't either, but you know the meme? Damn, I wish I knew the meme. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's currently occupied? Bah! I can't read Russian. Susato-san? Did you understand that? It sounded like da. Oh. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylord. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylord is authentic Western gentleman. Well, such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylord came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? Japan and Russia weren't the best friends around that time. Yeah. That is not your business. Although we already had a very racist English lady in the first case, so apparently nobody likes Japan at this time. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is said about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Heads! Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises? Or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that you wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. But I wanted to investigate the other side, though. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Can I still investigate this area, though? Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Yes. Definitely. Now, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to... What are you doing, Naruto-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. Yonosuke, please. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. Honestly, I don't know how this situation could get any worse, but I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Mouse trap. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. When you don't know what cheese is. Big sad. You can't eat it now, son. The trap will snap shut on your finger. Really? But... I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Cheese. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. Oh, that's basically the first nice thing she said to me. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? A lot? Oh, I should have looked at the ship section first. Oh well. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Mystery. Knock knock. Silence. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high... Oh. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Oh! That better. Stand aside. Oh, it's Sholmes! I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes? I shan't be stopped. When the first is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? I really tried to do a British accent, but I can't, because I literally can't do accents other than German, so I'm sorry. And how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. 9th January, SS Buria, first class, cabin number 2. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please, excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You've heard of me, no doubt? No. Beak said. I am a great detective amongst great detectives, one who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses the magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Oh my. Did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the case just shook. I'm shooketh. Leave, now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Did she just read my thoughts? Let's see if we can find some clues before the burly sailor returns. I really like the soundtrack in this game, it's great. Do you want to talk to him? Okay. Last night. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. If you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. How the egg principle, I don't remember the name of the guy. But the egg principle, or something like that. I get that reference. Let's do something. No. Oh! Too bad. I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh, this is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective should get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Now he's just chilling in the wardrobe. Mr. Roylott, we like to... Okay. No. Okay. 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 I mean, you heard a woman scream and there's only one person inside. Should we... Nah, let's investigate everything else first. What do you think you're doing? Oh! Oh, what was that? Oh! This is my cabin, get out! Can we just have a quick look inside the traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but then there's okay. Okay, talk to Herlock. Perhaps they're a great detective. Blah blah. Yeah, can I please... Okay. Herlock, please help me. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh, I do like his theme. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, No, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. This guy, I swear. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he got so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. It is the fellow dubious of an account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness. I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, "It is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment." Shh! I must have complete silence. What are you doing? I am off for now, have fun. Bye bye, Acheron. Thank you for joining anyway. Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah! Just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those sheets, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ugh. Oh, Naruto-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle. Twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. What the fuck? I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Conclusion. Okay. Oh, is this like a courtroom kind of thing? So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using these shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then back is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front-page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, "Revolutionarily violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Violent Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Conclusion. A revolutionary on the run. How can this... No, so much second conclusion. Honestly, this man's arms gotta be so long for reaching that much. Like, how the heck, man? You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Ooh. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Oh, and I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies with the furtive glance force. The proof of your crime sits before your very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open the traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. But there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concluded Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elementsky. Okay. This man, I swear. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the greatest deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Holmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had that same discussion before, but... These two men look nothing like each other. Ah yes, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believed I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Holmes, Mr. Roller does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of fraud would be poking at her from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain leanness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Holmes. Ugh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Indeed. Mr. Naruto, something occurred to me about Mr. Holmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little, off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives? What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Holmes' great deduction. Unlocking his full power. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. Oh, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Oh. What? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. Well, nice. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel! And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Oh wow. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Dew. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. A revolutionary on the run. So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Well, the newspaper, probably. Can I? Oh, I guess not. Is the man about to cut? Or can I? Okay, I can not go any further down. So, I would have thought the newspapers, but I guess not. They can. Golden locks.
Yes!
Golden locks. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not fit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then back is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? What are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything, baka. This is strictly business, no... Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Riley is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Yeah, it's obviously the article about the ballerina. And I need to pull myself some tea. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappeared from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh! I mean, like, oh! Well, we got her. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Solved. Wrongdoing, kidnapping of a young ballerina. Well, that doesn't work anymore. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, at the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have prosperity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before your very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased now, Ruda-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Traveling. Ooh, wait. Oh! Tiara? Oh, did she steal that? Wait, paper basket?
Yes!
I think she stole the tiara. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains more unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open the case is written in the books on the shelf. What? He's completely changed tact with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem like that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Books on the shelf. Rules of passage. Small picture. I mean, obviously it's not the books on the shelf. It's obviously, I don't know. Why won't she open her case? I mean, I can. Oh, I can actually look at this. Oh, it looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over just like Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone's taken a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova, while she was practicing her ballet? Anyway, the point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We couldn't even if we wanted to. They're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try to look elsewhere. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Oh, I can look literally everywhere. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Booyah. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. It was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if we break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruto-san. You'd probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean. Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Actually, that makes sense if she has a pet in her thingy.
Yes!
In her case. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passages must not keep weapons or dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. In sailor case of use is something forbidden from carriage in this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden on the vessel's rules of passage a pet? Duh! Possession of a prohibited animal solved. That was nice. Deduction complete. Elementary. That was really nice. I like that. That was cool. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not. Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Boya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet, to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. Leave well alone. So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream you heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself, so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the world. Please, Don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say on any of the say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruto, was that something Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Yes? What? Observe your wrists. No. Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. Ah, when and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Miss Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Ta-da. Oops. I actually wanted to talk to you. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in the wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of this ship, they all have been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth with Pavlova, it creates the most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure, but it is a conundrum indeed. Let me pour myself some tea first. I need it for my poor throat. which is gonna hate me after the stream. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you escorted from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the Hesperia stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about what the occupant of the cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Wait, did he just say Are we talking in English? I guess. But I mean, Yonosuke, you shouldn't say anything. English isn't your mother tongue either. Neither is mine, but still. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descends from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventure of Sherlock Holmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. No. So, the friend you mentioned inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? It's probably gonna be a snake. A little snake? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russians as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable burglars when it comes to understanding the nature of a young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. Oof. So you'd eat your friends. I remember that. Oh god, I really hope he is not a cannibal. Well, it would appear that Friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Can I examine the room first? Let me see. Don't touch it! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you mustn't touch my things. How do you say, forbid it? Oh, sorry. Well, you should be, young man. What vulgar manners you have. Poking around with a lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. So I guess I can't examine anything. Yep. I cannot, actually. Speckled band? This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads... 1:23 AM. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later... 1:35 AM. But it looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Uh-oh. Knock, knock. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave, now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! Passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out. Ugh, it looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Ooh. 7. The speckled bane. I still think it's a snack. 9th of January. SS Booyah. First class cabin. Passageway. I wish we haven't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled bat might be. We didn't manage to investigate it at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Can I move? I mean, we haven't visited this place in a while, haven't we? First class as well. Should we go back? Should we go back? Oh. 9th January, SS Beret. First class cabin, number 1. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us, you never know. You never know till you ask. I mean, he's not here, but... Oh, he's over there. He's over there. Whoops. Oh god. Oh, you're back. Inspector. What happened to your face? Wait. Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in the flesh, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Schultz. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlovna? She's in the cabin next door? Or do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know the graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him here. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? I mean, oops, no, I've definitely upset him. But technically she already committed a crime by bringing a pet on the ship. Inspector, has the investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New information. What? What is this new information you have, Inspector? It is this. The biomedical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. It's what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Uh-oh. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no traces of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the boy's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I like Kazuma, that's so sad. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it is fine. I trust you. After all, if I hadn't trusted you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, wouldn't I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. A report from the SS Bureau's medical officer giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There were no traces of external injury or poison. Victim male, Far Eastern, time of death, sometime between 1 AM and a little past 2. Cause of death, damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Zing is playing Pokemon, oh damn. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. I mean, so far my theory is kinda that... I mean, that's mostly because of the intro cutscene, but there was a snake. So, my theory so far is that Nicolina's pet is a snake. And that the snake went through the ventilation and killed Kazuma. I mean, she probably didn't even know. It was probably not intentional, but I don't know. I think the snake killed him. Maybe. And when he was killed, and she knows that, she came inside and wrote the dying message on the floor. In Russian, obviously, because she can't speak Japanese. That's why the message is in Russian. And then she... Yeah. The other question is how she created the locked room mystery. Maybe she... I mean, she is a ballerina. Maybe she went through the ventilation as well, but it seems very small, so I don't know. I don't know that yet. But I think it might have been her who wrote the dying message. Like, it makes sense, since she speaks Russian. But I don't know yet. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? I'm not Mr. Sholmes. I can't make great deductions like him. Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that I mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Hinoka, yay! Welcome to the stream. You caught it. How you doing? I'm glad you made it. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as he scuffed on the floor? The mark on the floor has been entered into the call record. A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scruff mark made by Kazuma's shoe were found by the victim's body. I'm good, how are you? Me too, me too. I'm doing fine. My voice is starting to hurt a little bit, but not too bad, not too bad. I mean, the time limit of this stream... Be right back, okay. The time limit of this stream is basically when my voice dies. And it hasn't died yet. So, we're still going strong. And I still have like half a can of tea left. So that's good. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmates' eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. You too, huh? A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. That's... a bit weird. Can we inspect this again? It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it has was broken cleaner too. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to that great detective we seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is... how can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? One thing I'm wondering is if Kazuma was writing and he died while writing his diary, why is the thing here? The mark. Wouldn't it be over here? Or maybe he wrote his line, then heard the whistle, stood up, and then got attacked? But if I stick to my theory that it was a snake that killed him, then that wouldn't make any sense. Since I was more thinking of like a sneaky attack or something like that, so I'm not sure. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary. 1:23 AM. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator gill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us valuable clue in these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. We will. Curious, there was... Oh, I have never inspected this, apparently. So it's clear that these letters were written in the ink that has somehow spilled on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. Guys, please, the man can't speak Russian. Why would this be his message? To be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Also should have been in Japanese. Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian, as I keep saying. Which begs the question of who did write it. I mean, I guess just because it's in Russian wouldn't mean it's Nikolina, because literally everyone on this ship can speak Russian except Kazuma, Naruto, and Susato, so all the books provided for the passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now than neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. She literally cleaned this up, but left this. Makes sense. You got anything new? You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in a cold room. Oof. Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. True. But he deserves it. Honestly, he does. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes ago, he died. Kazuma saw something emerging from it. A speckled band, as he described it. Well, actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense that the snake killed him. If he saw it. And if he wasn't killed by poison. Yeah, that would make it easier if he was killed by poison. Because they were meaning like he was poisoned. Didn't notice it, and obviously, and it needed a few minutes until he died, and then he could have seen the snake, but if it had to, like, strangle him, then I'm not sure. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I doubt it. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Anything else? Nothing at all. Can I go? I forget, what was the situation exactly? We shall never be able to enter the other cabin with Seaman Stroganoff in the way. 9th January. SS Booyah, first class, cabin, passage, way. Ah! Look now, the sun. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Cha-la-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. I did the great detective. I did the great detective way. That's caroling. I know that log-like voice. Well, I didn't do the log-like voice, but still. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely before the stringy-knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy-knot. Let's move to the cabin. 9th of January, SS Boya. First class cabin, number 2. Hello. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susan. Oh, she's gone. Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Want to... Okay, we can't look at the bag. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Goddamn. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board the SS Boya. Oh. Tea pouring break. Oops. Delicious tea. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? It's gonna attack us and we're gonna die. Big sad. There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. Would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Wow. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Can't remember that. I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More likely you would have put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, no, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Yeah, it's probably for the animal. It would seem this teapot is empty. Oof. Gotta drink my tea in solidarity. Okay. Yay, you're back. Welcome back, Inoka. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Okay. I mean, Sylvie is a very thirsty person and he is Russian, so maybe there's something about that. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Haruhodo-san? Oh. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. Hi, and happy late birthday. Hello there, HP. How you doing? And thank you for the birthday wish. Wait, this is the new Ace Attorney game. Is it out already? Yes, it came out yesterday on my birthday. Which is why I'm already in, like, chapter 2. Because I obviously played it yesterday. And I didn't have the time to stream. So, I'm streaming it today. Happy late birthday. Thank you, Hinoka, for the birthday wishes. That's exactly the in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. New Ace Attorney, whoa, yeah. And I'm really enjoying it so far. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Disarray. Okay. Ah yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Is probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. Can I not investigate the bag? So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe... It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. I still need to grant and personify strikers. Ooh. Yeah. Hope you're having fun with that. I mean, I didn't have to do a lot of grinding, but the little bit I did wasn't too bad, actually. The occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Eh. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's the bell cord. I can't resist. Uh-oh. That was actually bad. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. They're trying to investigate a secret. Yeah. Anything else? Nothing. Ding ding. Do you like ding ding sounds, HP? This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it is not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. Ding-ding sounds are neat. Nice. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Nothing else I can really do here, though. It's my first Persona game, even though it's not really Persona unless it's turn-based. Tokyo Mirage Sessions feels more like a Persona game with Fire Emblem characters, and I absolutely loved it that playthrough. Nice, nice. I mean, Kratos doesn't really like it, but I also really like it. Though I never finished it. I still have it for the Wii U, and I played it when it came out. A little more time with the... Oh, okay, she actually says we need to go back. And Strikers is also a really, really good game. In my opinion, it's basically Persona 5 2. So that checks out. And hello there. Oh, Mr. Shumps. Look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? Oh my gosh, Phoenix. Oh my gosh, what? He seems to be stealing a look at something he sings to himself. La 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 la. That was 2015 indeed. I actually had a Wii U when... Actually, I bought my Wii U in 2012. Like, right when it came out. I was like one of the 3 people in the world who actually bought a Wii U. And I bought also Tokyo Mirage Sessions when it came out. I kinda somehow never finished it. I think another game came out at the same time, or a bit later, or I bought something or something like that. It might have been also Wii U Gang, yes! Wii U Gang, rise up! And I mean, I think it might have also been the time I got into Tales games, when I bought my PS3 and my PS4 later, but that was 2016. But I think in 2015, around that time, I got into Tales, and that's probably why I never actually finished my playthrough of Tokyo Mirage Sessions. And it feels kinda weird going back to it now, because I would need to... Or actually, I mean, it wouldn't be too bad, but still. Anyway, let's continue on. I did it. The great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? But, or he's simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit of more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Hairlock was about. I see, yeah, in 2012 I was 10, I didn't even know about it. I watched some TV, but I guess I never really paid attention. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a miracle that I knew about it. It's kind of the time, it was kind of the time I actually got into gaming stuff. Like, I had a Nintendo DS Lite and I had a Wii, but I never really watched E3 or anything like that. But it was around this time when I watched my first E3s and like Nintendo Directs and whatever, and that's why I actually knew they announced a console, because many people actually didn't know that the Wii U was a new console and thought it was just like an addition to the Wii. But yeah, it's kind of lucky that I even knew it was a thing. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Oh, what is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Look at him. Look at him. He's about to fight. No. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now was a good time as any. I nearly dropped you on the floor with one of my famous red hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? I got into Tales games when I was looking for games with anime cutscenes. Also a good way to get into them. My gosh, he's gonna punch you indeed. He almost killed me. Mr. Sholmes? You seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockingly built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Dang, come down, Sholmes. Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. Settle down, Susan. Susan. It's close. I thought he broke his back. Yeah, probably. It probably made a crunching sound when he bent back like that. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Hello there, Professor. Nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, this seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report on the log. There are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. A record kept by the crew assigned to the first-class cabin area. There are virtually no entries from 2 AM until early this morning. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Indeed, because it's kind of weird. Yonosuke doesn't remember what happened in the night. Hosonaga doesn't remember what happened in the night. Or he was like, they both have headaches. And I feel like we got some big case of amnesia going on in this in this case. Ah, you're starting to understand what my why is, I see. What makes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh, ouch. He actually broke his back. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Why does everyone have a throbbing head? Why does everyone have headaches? This is definitely sus. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sholmes, I'm calling 911 if you do that one more time. Oh, damn. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Wow, literally everyone. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? That's so weird. Also, I never examined this. This looks like a plan of the SS Burrier. It shows each deck look. The Burrier is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skin hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... how that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily in the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. I suppose. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Indeed. Shouldn't she believe by now that I am not the murderer? I mean, I should be a suspect anymore. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. Oh, it's Kazuma's. Sorry. Yeah, we had that already. We had that. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside of the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Should I? Should I? Maybe? Let's see. She reminds me of Maya. Yeah. I guess every Ace Attorney game needs a Maya-like character. Do you have anything new? No. I actually don't know what to do now. Let's go back to the cabin. The other cabin. Oh! Ding-ring sound! Ah! What was that? Oh god! Oh god! We're under attack! Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted at quarter mile 4. Full stop! Hard to starboard! All hands brace for impact! Oh god. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh god. I can't stand. Susato-san, hold on to me. Whoa. We're dead. Indeed. This is how your justice ends. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine, thank you, Naruto-san. No. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Ooh, this is the part of the roller coaster. Where do we go? Wee! Indeed. We went wee! Oh god. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, I did the wrong voice, no. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unboard the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Look at that! Oh, so that's maybe how the cabin was locked inside, because the bolt locked itself, maybe. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? Probably because of the turbulences. Maybe they had turbulences in the night as well. No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Yep, pretty much. They're just like they were before again. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened? Mm-hmm. 9th of January, SS Booyah. Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Well, I could open the door, but I'd rather investigate this room more while the people on the other side bang the door super hard. Yeah. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Uh-oh. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. Are you alright, sir? Do you need a bandage? Yeah. He got beat up by the captain because he helped us. He let us investigate the other cabin. But the captain didn't like that, so yeah. He really risked his life for us. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Maybe... It seems like the crime actually wasn't an accident. Or maybe those were two coincidences, like Kazuma being murdered and someone triggering the emergency button. Which would make... because when this was triggered, the ship came to a stop, the cabin locked, everything, you know, everything was not like that, and they suspected Ryunosuke because he was still in the cabin. Even though it was locked, although it was locked after the corporate left. Or maybe it actually was the plan all along to trigger the alarm and then leave. Well, leave and then trigger the alarm, obviously. Ah, you wicked intruder, dressed all in black. You are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. I'm sorry. I need tea. Tea for the throat. Ah. Clank. Clanking sound. This girl is sus. I mean, a bit. According to my theory, it was her pet that killed Kazuma, but obviously we don't know that yet. So, she do be sus, she do be sus. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when you came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Wait, a pet killed someone? That's my theory, because Kazuma wrote in that he saw a speckled band, quote-unquote, and in the first cutscene of this case, which we didn't see on stream, but I saw when I started the case, was a picture of a snake in the cutscene, so I think the pet might be a snake. So, yeah. And now that's interesting. How does she know that I supposedly killed a man? Duh, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chickens, do you believe? Ugh. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Girl, you are literally a stowaway too. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's cells below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. How does she know that? Yeah, that's what I'm asking too. Wait, a cell? Police Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately! Oh god. This is not looking so great. Hosonaga, help me, please! You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. There's a big bag in the back. Yeah, but I can't examine it. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. At the cloth, yeah. I tried to examine it before, but I can't. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened. I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Herlock Sholmes, I need you. No. Yeah, see? You can only investigate when the cursor changes to like this. And you can't examine it. You can only examine the thingy. Yes, and indeed, we be dead. We be really dead. Please, just give me a little more time. I'll do nothing for you. Except show you a way to ship's prison cell. Ugh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent, I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, something that can lead you down some unusual adventures and, well... Enough! You are guilty! Ship's cell is only place fit for you! Come on, there has to be someone. Some savior to rescue me from this crisis. Wait. Up. I'm gonna talk to her first, though. He can chill there a bit longer. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate in here to help understand what happened to Russian words. Look, it's no use. She's not going to this. No way. I need to find someone who will. Mr. Schultz. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Schultz! Our savior with the tiara! Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Oh, he wanted to be a princess! Look at him! Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't a mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. Who are you punching? I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I only wanted to be a princess indeed. Okay, I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Oh, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. He'd be a great princess indeed. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. Could you imagine them both just hanging from a hook, just chilling? What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here in this vessel, the steamship Burya, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ooh, we get some epic music going on. Ha! You have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when he found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. Okay, that sound effect sounds like someone got stabbed. True. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Duh, locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouth that you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. Yeah, as you said, Inoka. The ventilator? Go ha 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 ha! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. Of course. Good job, Inoka. Your suggestion that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through the tiny opening? Thanks. Yeah, Pavlova sauce she vented. Is this how the young people speak these days? I never played Among Us. I cannot even put my arm through the hole. Yeah. It's not possible. Unless it was a snack. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 AM. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Ace Attorney and Among Us crossover when... Indeed, I mean, it would even fit, to be honest. 1:35 AM. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator's grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is the speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. He's fighting again. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Chill! Oh, what the? It was a snack! I told you all, it was a snack! Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. Oh, here we go. A snake? Indubitably. Oh. I mean, at least he doesn't seem, like, the sailor doesn't seem to mind at all. What? Snake? Snake? Snake! Indeed. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? No. You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? It's a trap! How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. The ink splotches? Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to me. It's nothing to me. Oops. It's nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Damn, Sholmes has the same theory as I have. No, although that's probably bad, because his theories are often wrong. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. But though this one might be right, Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Why is it even coiled around his head? I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. Lol, Phoenix. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend at your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sharps is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yes! Gameplay! Woo! The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic number 1. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Let's just say, see, man, this game is dirty. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart starts with pain. And it's that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. Hehehe. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on the pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us with a quandary. I want this game now. Do it, Hinoka. Get it. The victim's written observations on the night in question of a tale of a speckled band. Oh god, the snack. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sign that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Oh, yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed his original skin, no? Oh my god, the snake, it's killing that guy. Indeed. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the belt cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to be the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depth of India. Conclusion. A beloved speckled snake. How Mr. Asogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. I really like Katsuma, so every time seeing him dead is really sad to me. How did this young man lose his life and why? If only my mom would let me buy rated M games. I'm 19 by the way. But that doesn't make any sense. Why can't you buy M-rated games? Also, at least this game probably doesn't have any fan service. I mean, I'm not sure if it has or not because I'm literally in the second chapter, but Usually Ace Attorney doesn't have fan service. Usually. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could that be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by a venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snakebite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Well, that is true. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of low whistling sounds that you heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen to for signs of life next door. She is so jumpy, calm your ass down, woman. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. I mean, I guess I would be jumpy too if this man accused me of murder. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the belt cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake bite. But I thought more of strangulation. Like that it's a snake that doesn't have venom but strangles its prey. It's what I thought. Let's see how this goes. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Whoops. Clang. Give me a second. Okay. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There only on the floor you observe a source of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Ooh, T&D. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes has been such a household name. I only drink sweet tea. Wait, I was drinking tea too. Oh, nice. What kind of tea? I am drinking blueberry tea. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? I drank some yesterday at McDonald's. Nice. But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. Chamomile tea? Oh, that's yummy. I like chamomile tea. I welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. That is true. Oh. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. There's music though. Indeed, I love the music in this game. It's great. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play the music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears! These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless! Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. Indeed, snakes are cute. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat balcony like the ones in these cabins. It's the beat-up man. It was him. No, it was Mr. Sholmes. Then it should try harder. Okay, that was fun. Try harder, Snake. Try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Please, Susato, don't destroy my theory. It was my theory. I should try harder. This game is great. Oof. He's defeated. No. That was a takedown. No. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. I can't even say my own name anymore. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' last deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. Great music again? I had a feeling that was coming. Indeed, I want gameplay! He's silent. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down your wrists again. What? I'm free. You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see them restored after our work is done. I can't even say my own name anymore. Woof. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Intruder's identity. A beloved speckled snake. I hate that I have to argue against my own theory. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Miss Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Probably her fingers. Please, let me turn the camera. Okay, not the fingers, never mind. I thought maybe because she wrote the dying message. Oh, okay. I thought maybe because she wrote the dying message, but I guess not. It's the claw scratch. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed. And simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Ah. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. Oh my god, give me this game yesterday. Yes, play the game, Hinoka, play it. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws may grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we'll find the answer. No. Ooh, a kitty! Wait. Don't... Well, my theory went down the drain.
Yes!
Fast. Oh. I guess that was wrong. You were looking over at the framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's a frame that is your friend. This is proof displayed wherever you put inside it. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruto? Just following the natural progression of the deduction, sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Was it not? Rather than serpent, we can reasonably sure that Miss Pavlova's fugitive slave entered a friend. Same is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of hand. Why can't I skip this? Why can't I skip fast for this? Oh. Let's look. I thought... Oh, it's the cat here. Ugh. Photograph. Do. Me be confused. Photograph teapot. Hmm? I mean, there's... Oh wait, do I have to examine it? Wow. I have to examine it, and then I can present it. Ah, look at the photograph of this frame. Cute kitty. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's Exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe the belt? Nah, it's probably the kitty. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Little kitten. Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here. Lord. Oh, what a cute little kitten. You won't believe me, but literally in this first case, something like this happened to me because they handed me a new evidence in the court, and you can't actually examine them, like in 3D. And they gave me the evidence, and I examined it in 3D. Then I found the secret what I was supposed to point out. Okay. Then, after that, they give me the model in 3D and I point out what's wrong. I point at it and it's wrong because I have to examine it again to reveal what I was supposed to point out, even though I literally examined it the second before that, and then I lost the penalty, lost the point. And yeah, that's actually exactly the same thing that happened to me here. Our cute little kitten is cute indeed. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruto-san? For the blackest outfit. A black kitten. And from the look of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. I would be attached too. Look at this kitty. It's cute.
Yes!
Little kitty. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch at the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us with the quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What did the camera hit her face? Just some over-the-top Ace Attorney animations. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sign that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. No, that kitty. But it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's soft skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's even so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of the snake. Oh, but the cat being dead is actually a good possibility, sadly. Maybe the snake killed the cat, I don't know. In which case... But that doesn't make any sense, because the cat must have been alive, because it was in the case. Just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Meow. Oh. That's actually... What is she hiding behind her? Or do I have to examine again? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but... What is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. Do you see that? Yeah, the thingy she has in... Oh, is it a whip? And that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat... Oh, a cat's toy. Well, it's a wooden thing. This is sort of common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Oh my god, it's a whip! It would be funny though. Ah, that sounds positively adorable. Indeed. Cat's toy.
Yes!
Yes! What is wrong with a whip? Is a cat toy? No, it's not a whip, it's a cat's toy. Yes, the thing you are training but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled bat. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. I still think this snake got something to do with this, though. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blue-some Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darker. Yeah! A truly troublesome feline young Darker is proving to be. She must be caged once found. But she's cute though. Cute little kitty. Who will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova? The photograph of Miss Pavlova and Darker has been entered into the court record. A photograph of Miss Pavlova and her friend, a kitten named Darker. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darker, she is so naughty. A beloved kitten. Oh well, that changes everything. Oh, Mr. Sogida, death by venomous snakebite. Well, I guess not anymore. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. Poor Sogi. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere in Kazuma-sama's body. And one of the snake killed the cat and the kid tried to protect it and ended up bit by the snake. Oh, do you mean Kazuma, the one who died? That's actually... That's interesting. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it seems so. Yeah. Maybe. Although if the cat was killed, then we should have found the body of the cat by now. And like I said, it was alive when we first investigated the cabin, her cabin. What if the snake and the cat were hired hitmen? Ooh, damn. Maybe. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Terrible venom. Spine injury.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other. Oh. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Indeed. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now we take that as a fact. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Ah yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Sorry. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Daka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. Could you imagine a ninja cat? She just jumped up and karate chopped him in the neck. The whoosh. Where's the beat up sailor? I'm telling you, it's him. No, he's my friend. Wasanaga's my friend. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Wait, what if he saw the speckled band, like the cat toy, climbed up the wardrobe, then fell down, and that's how he broke his neck? That is actually a good possibility. What if it was us all along? No! It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. Yeah, and Pavlova thought it was her cat or something, and wrote the dying message, because still, the dying message is in Russian, and Kazuma can't speak Russian, so I'm still pretty sure it had to have been her who wrote the dying message. It made it look like Kazuma wrote it. Oh, you're right, he fell and accidentally killed himself. That sounds so bad. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Crime scene photograph. There's another... Wait, we can look at this? Nothing to report, nothing to report, nothing to report. Okay. Can we... It's a little bell. Or something. Last object, Not sure, actually. Anything in here? No. Let's try it! Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Tripped? Please, no. and by a dreadful turn of misfortune caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glances betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true, I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Shum's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Traveling case? The bottle. The basket. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Can I... Okay, so I gotta present the basket. Whoa, trash! Indeed, trash. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Indeed, it's a broken piece. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. No. Oh wait, is it the yeah, it's probably the spell on the kitty's collar. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your own cabin? Yeah! The streams get worse every time. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. It's that hush Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be...
Yes!
This. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble your absent feline friend, Darker. I couldn't. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. That's so sad. Kazuma literally died tripping over a cat. Deduction complete. Elementary. This is like the saddest death ever. Killed by the kitty. Why don't you tell us now, Mrs. Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. Yikes, indeed. It was a little after 1 in the morning. Poor cat. Poor Kazuma. He literally died. This poor man literally died. And you say poor cat. What the fuck? And yes, I love him. He's great in the first case, and I was literally destroyed when I saw that he died. Because I was like, I love this man, and he's dead. Because he tripped over a cat. And I love cats. Cats are cute. And this man I love died because of something I love. Yeah, indeed. Poor cat. Same reaction, HP. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darker, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. Oh, he was the best friend, indeed. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. I didn't... You know, even if it wasn't his best friend, the freaking person died. Oh my god. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquire the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darker with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So, at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darker always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, though there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh god. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, there was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Burrier is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roar violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darker is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. gracious, the cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Does that mean Sholmes is a cat boy? He just compared himself to a cat. Is he a cat boy? Does he have kitty ears under his head? Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. Sholmes Catboy Princess indeed. Oh my god, I need to draw him as a Catboy Princess. That's like epic. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What is such a huge creature doing aboard the ship? Look at him, he's petting his friend. I wanna be an epic Catboy Princess. How about an epic Bunny Boy Princess? You can do it. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Pirozko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. I mean, he is adorable, but I'm not sure if he's harmless. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him, and you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say, they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. His granny is long. Oh no! Ah, also... Is that what the mousetrap is, the passageway up there is for? I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really need to take a quick bathroom break. So I'm gonna be right back. Do. And I'm back. The snake ate the cat? No. The snake is the cat? Ooh. Now that's something. The snake is the cat in disguise. Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing that is top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Oh god. Powerful duo. He's defeated. It refused to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a boycott, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something thrown up land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My abusal code has nothing to do with this incident. I feel like Sholmes is like on the floor crying. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my friend's tragic death. Hmm. Miss Pavlova. Why does he just get a worm? That's an interesting question. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikuruba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. I'm not a great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. What if that beat-up sailor is hiding the cat in his outfit? I mean, it kinda does. It is weird, since she had to have been the one who left the dying message. So that part is still unsolved. I confess, I wasn't intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues in this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again! Why did he do that? Especially as they are on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruto. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. This reminds me of Mia's death, yeah. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. I was mad about that, yeah. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Wait, who is that? Mia Fey, in the first Ace Attorney game. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin, it's undeniable. This death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show your hand. Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Oh, I got... Do you have 6 points or did I get 1 back? Oh yeah, Mia, I forgot she's... HP, but Mia... Oh, so... HPY! I mean, it's pretty... It's probably... the dying message?
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. Oh yeah, finally we're gonna address this! She was barely alive, but she was alive in the 3rd game. And she was always channeled through Mia and Pearl in the 1st and 2nd games. That script is Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. She was so sweet, yeah. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Oh no, Russian is not a simple language. I mean, I don't speak any Russian, but from what I've heard, it's apparently even worse than German, and German is a very tough language to learn. So, nuh-uh, man. Nuh-uh. That doesn't seem likely. I have Tibet memory. Oof. Same though. Yeah, Pearl and Maya channeled her spirit. True. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. Maya is a god though. Definitely shouldn't have been the dead. Indeed. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. Omae wa mou shinderu. Nori? I'm trying to learn Japanese and I can't even say the vowels. Oh. That's not the only reason either. I'm trying to speak English and I can't say the sound, the TH. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident, in other words... How does anyone even know languages? I barely know the ones I was born with. Same. Let me look at this. I told you it was the beat of Sailor. No! Another beat that proves this was no accident. I struggle speaking with an American accent. Are you not from America? I thought you were. Or are you from America but you just speak differently? I'm actually stumped. Have you seen? Oh. That's nice. I speak differently though. Oh, I see. Oh no. The newspaper. No. This was a poison. It's a dust strong road through the area. I don't know actually. I actually don't know what they mean. No accident. Do they mean... Do they mean that the word says wardrobe, even though he wanted to conceal me in the wardrobe? No. Hold on. What do you mean? No. Nothing to report. I'm going to try this. Can I look at... No, I can't look at profiles either. Yes. I'm gonna try this. Oh! Apparently it's wrong. What point are you trying to make that evidence? I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think. The badge is just there. Yeah, it's basically the same as the attorney's badge. Oh wait, wait. Could it actually be it? I don't know, where did he wear his badge? The label. Wait. I can't see it. I don't know. Okay. I think that you are starting to see nothing of this sort, and there was the evidence to prove it. No. Look. If it was no accident, then what we should be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something or you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most compendiously put, my dear madam. Ah, I see. I confess you're rather languid. I see. Doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruto. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Shon does anyway. Well, that's a lot, actually. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin, and it's undeniable. Putting his message on the floor outside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence proves there was no accident. In other words... something that should be there. The diary? Because he was still holding it?
Yes!
What point are you trying to make? Nothing. I have literally no idea what they want from me. I have literally no idea. I've been proof there was no accident. By the victim's body, captors, virtually no entries. I mean, maybe this? But this doesn't make any sense. Because they said... the evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin, it's undeniable. Maybe it is the badge.
Yes.
No, it's not. No. I see. I do not see. I'm so confused. Huh? This was an accident. No! This was an accident. I mean, I guess... I mean, I guess from... if you look at this, he would have fallen the other way. Is that what they want to say? Because according to this, he wouldn't have fallen towards the wardrobe, but more towards the table. Maybe this is what they wanted to say? Oh. Oh, never mind. Actually, no. But it's still not... well, not towards the table, but towards the bed, I guess. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around his neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfying explanation with the flaw in that lotion. Oh, because she took the bell with her. And the entire bell would still be there if it was an accident. Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened. I'm stupid. Then how did 1/2 of the bell end up back here in the cabin? Oh. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. I'm sorry. I drank all my tea. Now I have to drink water. Give me a second. I need to pour myself some water and water and water and water. Need to keep the throat moist in order to keep going. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes. There was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's...
Hold it!
No more tea. Speak sad indeed. You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes. And only other person in cabin where a young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. Aw. Thank you for the solidarity of no tea anymore. You were shot inside the cabin and wardrobe, to be precise about the details. Hey, a friend of mine is also playing the Great Ace Attorney. Nice. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. No, it would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Or you freaking... Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Now he is acting suspicious. A seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. Wait, she's her daughter? She's his daughter? But before, she was dancer on this ship. A member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. Technical difficult, just super laggy. Am I like... Okay. Is the lag gone now? Is it gone? How bad is the lag? Oh, apparently very bad. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Oh god. Yeah, and YouTube says I have 0 viewers. Okay. Yeah, somehow OBS disconnected from the server and it said I wasn't streaming anymore. So I was worried I wasn't live anymore. But I guess I need to put this back into top chat, live chat. Why are 0 people watching? Oh, now are 2 people watching. Okay, we got this. We got this, guys. Technical difficulties solved. Oh, you're watching? I know you do, And I appreciate it. And I appreciate Hinoka, of course, too. Okay, did I miss anything? Oh, so that's it, okay. You say when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my truth. Well, this is most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look through the eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Oh, Phoenix appreciates the bastard. Of course, I appreciate all the bastards watching. Anyways and always. Any time and always. Whatever. However the saying goes, I appreciate all your beautiful bastards. Oh, you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet, it's impossible. When Hinoka, yeah. Oh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie threads around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Did we already establish that this wasn't possible? Thread, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Yay. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, this with no gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? I mean, I know what you mean. You mean a turbulence where the ship is... You know... I'm looking for the word. Where it's like at an angle when it waves around that the thing locks itself. Have you seen a down door? You obviously underestimate them. I should know. My cousins have a farm. What? A barn door? Damn. A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed, we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Okay. I'm Okay, the cursor doesn't change, okay. So, I'm gonna point at the books, because they toppled over. And I hope it's right.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. Okay. Whew. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Oh yeah, right. That too would also cause everything to fall over. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the locked door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light, enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of ineptity, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, click. The SS Booyah made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Booyah made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit was actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. This sort of button, one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Indeed. Wait, it was you? What? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed, it did it earlier today. It was him. God freaking damn it. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. No, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to the one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You are idiots! Bullia is a huge ship with many passengers. If you make an emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Indeed. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? The ship log. Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it under our care with a mind to return it to you later. He has such a shit-eating grin, I love it. I left it on purpose, that is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you read the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Why does Stroganoff have a fish-like tie? Oh my god, I didn't notice that. Maybe he likes them? Nothing recorded in the log? It's rather cute. That is, duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report." Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m. something happened. Here about the SS Bullia. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log effect. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, 3 hours later we are still talking about this indeed. Because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know that what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that everybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We all have suffered with it. Oh yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it. Oh. There was something inside the chicken. Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Chicken. Wait, does that mean he was... Does that mean he was basically the only one who wasn't experiencing these headaches? And because he was the only one still awake, I don't think he had to be killed, but maybe because... Yeah, because he was the only one who was still awake, he was unfortunate to have been killed. Oof. That's too bad. Imagine being the only one who didn't eat anything, and you're killed just because he didn't eat anything. Well, damn, indeed. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say... That's rough indeed. That there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. That's just ridiculous. Why kill someone who didn't eat? Because he was the only one who didn't sleep. You know, everyone was asleep because they ate the chicken, but because he wasn't asleep, he, well, needed to be put on, quote-unquote, being put to sleep, you know? Yeah, that snake, maybe. A sleeping drug? Do you mean... Whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruto, of course that's not what this assault means, but a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Damn, now I'm mad, yeah. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, Seaman. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If we refuse to talk, there would have to be inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Oh my god! Oh my god! A renegade! The freaking revolutionary! Because he fled from Shanghai. Basically the same day she did. Pavlova did. And they hit the revolutionary, and in order to keep that a secret, they put everyone to sleep. Oh my god, what the fuck, man? Please, no more. I will tear everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her frame and the ballet. Mother Russia, we wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. You put sleeping drug and chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, you could not make all drug. How do you say? To serve. Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While all the passengers on the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion the evening meals had contained. So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who just like chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course! Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in the cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. Could you imagine being the one person who didn't make it to the cabin and just passed out on the floor? And when you wanted to go to your cabin, it was just locked. That would have been big sad. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present at the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. It's someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. Oh, I guess the revolutionary doesn't have any to do with that anyway. I think it was only her. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt in the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular, to expose the truth. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If we remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Just else at the scene, chunky arms? A chunk. Need to be chunky. Right ear. Her earring? Oh god, camera. Oh. Oh. I was about to say I kind of want to readjust the camera again, but that was actually good. Oops. I meant to present actually, but still. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from. Indeed. Ink stain, please.
Yes.
Whoa. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Oh, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proved that. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. I guess we can only really go with the photo. Yeah, nothing else really shows the ink.
Yes.
Pew. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ugh. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The photo of the drawing, indeed. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Billiard do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel come to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator to Mr. Asogi's cabin. Wait a second, I need some water. Water. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find his occupant lying lifeless on the floor. But that doesn't make sense. If it really was an accident. Agua? If it really was an accident. Very good. Oh, thanks. Why? Oh, you mean Aqua. Oh, yeah, very good indeed. Okay, so if this is technically quote-unquote an accident, why did they drug everyone? Because they needed to drug everyone before the quote-unquote accident happened in order to trigger the emergency stop. So this couldn't have been an accident. Because otherwise, it wouldn't have made any sense why they drugged everyone. I mean, yeah, of course, they were like, oh, so we could sneak her on board, but still, I don't know, man. I'm still sus. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on floor. That's when she went to look. Although, yeah, I guess, yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. And she's been awfully quiet. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and I looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very neatly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kidney which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Neruda, of course, is asking me. Oh, well. If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck, which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? If he tripped and fell and... If he tripped and fell. Tripped and fell. If he tripped and fell. The triangle? What triangle? What do you mean? What triangle? I'm confused. Oh. You see it? Tell me? Maybe? What do you see? Upside down L? Wait, what? What? Upside down hands, maybe? Do you mean the fist? Or do you mean this hand? And what do you mean with the upside down L? Do you mean this? This L? I mean... Okay, I don't know if they literally want me to say this hand because of the finger. I mean, I don't know if the upside down L is something important because it could be a Russian letter. I don't know. Oh, I mean, I guess they have a normal A and E in there. I'm... I don't know, the hand? But that would still be part of the fabrication or not, right? If they just put the finger out like that. Or am I just being stupid? I literally don't get it. The upside down L. I'm gonna say the hand. I mean, I still think the fist is kind of unnatural, to be honest. I like how it auto-saves. Like an auto-save right there. If you tripped and fell. Maybe it's the dead guy. Maybe the dead guy, indeed. Some trouser like which for. Why is this but broken neck? Therefore, victim died instantly. Therefore, in these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. I mean, I guess it's kind of unnatural that he didn't fall flat on his face. I'm gonna say the hand. I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point. I mean, it's unnatural to have a fist, but yeah, that was what I was about to say. The fist is kind of unnatural.
Yes.
All right. If you really fell due to an unfortunate accident. Okay. Okay, it really was the fist. I was just overthinking it. Oh god. Thanks, HP. Then the fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet, here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, smart? Nah, man, you are smart. As though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. Okay, I'm sure you're gonna end soon. I want to be right back, but I don't know if we'll be streaming still. Damn it, you guys not needed. No, you're needed. Everyone's needed who's watching. I mean, you can try to be right back. I mean, I don't know how long this still continues. I set the goal to myself to beat this chapter, and I think we should be very close to the end of this chapter. And I really want to keep going until I beat it, even though my voice is very much complaining, but or more like my throat. But still, if I just keep drinking enough water, we should make it until the end. So maybe you'll be back. If you're quick. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there? My dear fellow. I mean, it did autosave. Yeah, true. Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, wow. More incriminating. It can't get more incriminating than this. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. That's literally her earring. You're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? Guys, please. This is so obvious. It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth, if now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. Your earring.
Yes.
Left ear. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Oh. What? And on your other ear? There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. No, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you're quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Ah. Yeah. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. It would hurt for an earring to be pulled out of your ear, but he did die, so the pain is deserved. Oof. Indeed. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Daka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Daka would not come back. What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Inspector? Meowchi? Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Daka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Uh-huh. No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. No, Kazuma! Why? Why did you have to say that? He knew who I was. I caught this man from a land in the faraway east, know a Russian ballerina. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. Oh, Kazuma. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the cap... No, he was just gonna ask Ryunosuke who's in the wardrobe. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened, everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then... Daka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. My heart would drop too if someone knew me from the internet and found me in real life. Yeah, but please don't kill them, HP. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, I won't push you, don't worry. Okay, HP, I'm just making sure. Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go. Well, now you have somewhere to go. Straight to prison. So I decided to help. I'd probably die. Oh god. That's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway and Wardrobe still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote that so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Burial did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you had run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that... Wait, that doesn't make any sense! The captain was on her side. He knew that she was on board. Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Yeah, indeed. Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of the night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Oh, she thought he was going to tell the friend. He said an inspector was his friend. Oh, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. Well, what do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Yeah, he was gonna ask me. Or Yunosuke, whatever. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within this cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. What if he was reaching for a paper to get an autograph? Maybe. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? I'm pretty sure he was looking at the wardrobe. The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with the sleeping drug. If only he'd woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would never have happened. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... By the way, that's his theme, in a very sad, slow version. What is directly besides the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Sogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi tended to consult his close friend on the matter, to see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish we had made sure of what Mr. Sogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Man, this is so sad. Like and subscribe to Phoenix for cred every time. Yes. And a thumbs up if you also like the soundtrack of this game. That was really pretty, that just played and made me really emotional. I'm sorry. Really. I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. January 9th, 7:14 p.m. SS Boya, first class cabin, passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go now with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. Indeed, but... Well, do what you can do for Miss Pavlova, wouldn't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. No! Yes. No! I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Every time he says angel, I get caught off guard and feel like my name is being called. No, HP. You are my little angel. My little HP. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. Oh man, that's so sad. Like, literally, I'm so sad. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Thanks. Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he is. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. And caused the two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. I mean, it wasn't really an accident. Yeah, true. It was a very deadly misunderstanding, I guess. At least she's going to prison. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm freaking out at least. Huh? Yeah, I was about to say, what? Oh, don't make fun of me. Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Count on Sholmes to lift the mood up again, I guess. Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For all time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. Cuffs and Sholmes, oh my god! Perfect. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asugi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Indeed. All we require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. I mean, I'm a lawyer. Susato? Yes. Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying in law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. I wonder whether I can get a lawyer. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month on which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. I mean, besides of that, I literally defended myself in court in the first case. Like, literally, I was my own defense lawyer. So, that should be easy. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma, becoming a lawyer in a month. Sounds easy, indeed. Just study, lol. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. Huh. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled spectre friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. Sholmes, my bro, from the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. I don't think that's how lawyer works, but woohoo, Sholmes is correct, indeed. If you excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder... would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What, me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Oh my god, they make me emotional, no! Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it, always. So then, Miss Susato... It seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. Well, the lawyer's sword, indeed. And it makes me emotional. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo, because Kazuma really always insisted on taking the sword with them because it's the soul of a Japanese man. It was the source of his pride, and he wanted to take it with him everywhere. And he even somehow brought it on board of this ship, even though no weapons were allowed. It was really important to him, and now Naruhodo has it, and it's great. And he just said it's like his soul. And now Naruhodo's carrying Kazuma's soul with him. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Oh, 3 times. Because she threw me to the ground 3 times and now she wants me to do that. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious from the start. But I allowed my suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about this me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. Oh, she threw me 5 times? I thought... Oh. Ah, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. With a strange request, but it seems normal to me. HP, are you into some shit? Just asking. Very wise. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one requires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Phoenix, nah. I'm just asking. Just curious. When did you see that? I'm sorry, HP, I'm sorry. I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. Oh my god, I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Oh no. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? Sorry. Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Ah yes, arresting indeed, and that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually no, there was a Susato squash. Can I throw her 6 times now? In my groggy state of consciousness, dead indeed, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Oh no, don't make me sad, please. Don't make me sad. Karuma? That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. Wait, he landed on the open blade? He did. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. See? Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So, its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Yeah! Oh, finally! Oh, finally! My throat is dead. Crash course candidate awarded. Oh god. That was a lot. And we're right at episode 3. The end. Woo. The runaway room. It's kind of bad. You can spoil yourself on the other chapters, but yeah. Let's return to the title screen. Oh my god, that was something. I actually didn't think I was gonna stream 5 hours. I actually thought, yeah, maybe 4. Like I said in the beginning, actually I just wanted to stream as long as my throat would allow me. But, oh my god, it's freaking dark in this room. Because it's like, it's half past 10. So yeah, it's pretty dark outside now. And oh my god, I did not intend to stream this long, but when it reached the end of the chapter, I was like, yeah, I should push through. What a nice stream, cool game, cool Phoenix, and a question that killed me at the end. Thank you, HP. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I think Hinoka enjoyed it too, and I'm glad. I mean, he's not here anymore because he wanted to be right back, but I thank all of you who are watching for watching, and also for the birthday wishes. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm sorry this won't be a regular series on this channel because A, this is quite exhausting, and B, I want to binge this game as much as I want at my own time, so I can't stream it always. I'm sorry. This was just a one-off birthday stream kind of thing. Glad you could be here. Aw. That makes me happy. So, yeah. This really was just a one-off thing. I'm sorry to say, but I'm glad I did it. Oh, Hinoka, you're there right at the end. So I can thank you too for watching and commenting, and yeah. You're back. He made it to the end. That's nice. I mean, at least he's still here. So, yeah. Like I said, everyone, thanks for watching, thanks for being in the chat, thanks for the birthday wishes, and yeah, it was fun indeed. I had a lot of fun. But this is gonna be it. My throat is really dying. And without further ado, I'm gonna say bye-bye. See you guys. Phoenix killed me with a question. You should have seen it. I'm sorry, HP. I couldn't control myself. Bye-bye.